Am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces its community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta, and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
La connexion BU. La connexion BU.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey. No! Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Black business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Charles Kithcart of African Diaspora Maritime. I'm your moderator, and I'm also going to give you a self-narrative this afternoon. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. So I'm actually the speaker today, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about me and a little bit about my company, which is African Diaspora Maritime. So African Diaspora Maritime is an America's Cup team that's in the making, and we're going to thrill people in the months to come. So the America's Cup is yacht racing, and unbeknownst to a lot of us, there's a history of Black people in Africa, in the Caribbean, North America, Central America, South America being mariners. And so we have a large history. There's books about it. There's movies about it. And so now when we have this team, we're going to introduce the history of the Black mariner, the math and science behind high-tech sailing. And as we race and design and build several different vessels, we're going to get our kids involved in all of these divergent fields. So let's start out and let you see what things look like. This is one of our cards, so you can see that's a beautiful, beautiful logo. And if you type in African Diaspora Maritime later tonight after the program's over, you can go to our website and see what you want to see, or you can scroll past the website and see the news reports about African Diaspora Maritime. So the America's Cup is the premier championship in all of sailing. It started in 1851. So if you can think about the history of African Americans in 1851, we were in a totally different situation. We had no autonomy, and our future was in question. So back in 1851, the New York Yacht Club built a very fast vessel, and they rode over to New York, from New York to Europe, to race people, to bet them, to make some money back on the cost of building the boat. And they went to France, and then they went to England. And when they went to England, at the time, the British were ruling the waves. And I think that whole mantra that was out there, Britannia rules the waves, was in full swing. So 1851, Queen Victoria is on the throne. The New York Yacht Club shows up at their famous yacht club, the Royal Yacht Squadron, on the Isle of Wight that's below London. Below England, there's a little island, Isle of Wight. And we race about 13 to 15 different English vessels, and somehow we win the race. And the Queen of England goes out on the veranda and looks off into the British cloudy weather, and you know how they've got the fog. And there's a boat that's peeking out, and she says to her attendant, who's an admiral, Admiral, who is that? What's one of our boats is that off in the shadows, coming out of the shadows? And he says, Your Majesty, that's the yacht America. And she says, well, who's in second? And he says, there is no second. So from 1851 all the way up until 1983, we would host the America's Cup in various locations, New York, Long Island, and then famously Newport, Rhode Island is the home of the America's Cup. And the New York Yacht Club built a summer home there called Harbor Court. And so they would just gather up every few years, every 3.5 years, and they knew they were going to win. So from 1851, you get these great, fabulously wealthy people that would bring their boat over to get beat. Sir Thomas Lipton raced in Shamrocks. So he had Shamrocks all the way up to Shamrock 5. And these boats were gigantic, beautiful boats. And if you know about the mansions in Newport, Rhode Island, the rich people that had the mansions would come out and they'd all watch and be on spectator boats. And Shamrock 5 came close and almost beat us, Harry Vanderbilt's Ranger, but not quite enough. Ranger also, I think, raced against Endeavor from T.O.M. Sopwith, which was he was an industrial magnate in England, and beat him. And then they started making smaller boats when the wars came up, and they were called 12 meters. So a lot of famous companies designed the 12 meters, Sparkman and Stevens. The big boats were designed by Nathaniel Harrishoff. There's a Harrishoff collection at the Hart Museum at MIT in Massachusetts. So you have this famous history, you have these famous people, you have these rich mansions and these wealthy people dueling over this trophy. So I went up to Newport, Rhode Island for the first time in 1988, and I was shocked because I thought we were rich with my family, and I realized very quickly what wealth was. And it seemed like they would call these places the summer cottages. And the summer cottages in Newport are about as big as a half of a city block or a quarter of a city block. These are massive, massive, minimum 15,000 square feet homes. So I walked around Newport and I was working on the Block Island ferry, helming and crewing. And then on the days off, I would sail with some of the guys from Salve Regina College, the sailing team. And then a few years later, I got hired onto Shamrock 5, which was the old J-class boat. It was one of the biggest thrills of my life because this boat was 137 feet long. The mast is 150 feet high. And then to grind up the mainsail, you hook it up and you have to grind it with a couple other guys. And it took 5 minutes to do it. And in those 5 minutes, we drenched our uniforms. So we'd have to go down below decks and change into new uniforms, then get back up and sail for the rest of the day. So in 88 and 90 and back in that time, it cost, I believe, $17,000 to go out sailing with us. And you had to tip us 10%. So we were having great days to sail, and they had to cater the meal, and we got tipped 10% in cash after every sail. So we'd stand at the dock with our hands out, ready to get paid. So about that time, I met a couple people and got a chance to try out for the Active America's Cup team in San Diego. And they brought me on as a second or third stringer and put me in the office as an administrator to reach out to some famous people. And at the time, Bill Cosby was America's dad. So I reached out to him and he sent down his race car driver, and they were trying to work something out with America Cubed and Bill Koch, the owner, and Bill Cosby. We couldn't do anything, but having met Cosby at the time, I started to explain to him that there's a way that we could possibly have a team, and explain to him that there's a lot of books on the history of the Black Mariner, and that's how it got started. So African Diaspora Maritime's birth was in San Diego, just conceptualizing. At the time, we knew it was expensive, so we had to look around and think of ways to make the money. And the way we thought about it was we were going to sell hats, jackets, and T-shirts. And people thought we were crazy because it just didn't make any sense. But I'd already looked up what people were making for professional baseball and basketball and football uniforms. So we came up with our logo, which I think everybody universally likes it when they see African Diaspora Maritime. So I'm going to give you the website in a minute, but I'm going to make you stick around and hear me. These things look great. So we put it all together, and the America's Cup is lost in 1995. It goes to New Zealand, and we couldn't come up with the money to try to go overseas. The time framing was a lot different. You'd have to watch the races at 1 o'clock in the morning, so we just thought that's not going to work. So I went and did some ocean research and did the expeditions and was waiting for the America's Cup to come back. And in 2010, I left the expedition business. I was with the White Holly, and we did several expeditions all over the world. Mainly we were in the Pacific. And so the White Holly was about 133 feet long, 33 feet wide. And we were back and forth between Hawaii and all the way down due south of Hawaii, about 3 degrees of the north of the equator. And Scripps Oceanographic Institute had the Scripps Line Island Expedition of 2005. And National Geographic was aboard to film it. So I don't know what they did with that film, but I always Google it. I'm going to Google it and find out, because I want to point to that and say, there I am, probably a little bit younger, a little bit more muscular, but I'm not doing too bad now. But in 2005, with that Line Island expedition, I would work on the idea and conceptualization of African Diaspora Maritime, how we would get crew, how we would present the team, and the things that we could do. So now, current day, if we look at the situation in the United States, we're seeing that African American youth and our communities are suffering from all kinds of ills. So we get news reports. Our offices are in Baltimore, Maryland, and we hear that our kids aren't passing the curriculum. So now I'm going to show you why this team is important. These are some of the books. So this book is about Matthew Henson. Of course, he went to the North Pole with Admiral Perry. It's a great read. Black Hands, White Sails. This is about African Americans in the maritime industry. This is Captain Paul Cuffey. He had a fleet of boats in Massachusetts, New Bedford, Massachusetts, back when President James Madison was there. And they were working on ways to allow people to go back to Africa if they wanted. And there was a lot of correspondence about that. It didn't necessarily come to fruition, but you could see the beginnings of what Freetown, Sierra Leone was when some Africans went back. James Thornton, in this book, it's called A Gentleman of Color. And James Thornton was one of the most wealthy, powerful people in Philadelphia. And so he's considered a founder or founding father of Philadelphia, African American. So when people read that, and this, I'm going to look at this book, how thick this book is. This is an extraordinary book. And as we produce our team, I think that people are going to start wanting to know more about our own history, learning it, and our kids are going to read it. One of our first chairmen is Admiral Samuel Gravely. So he became the first African-American admiral in the United States of America. And when I was in San Diego at the for the America's Cup, one of the vice commodores, Sandy Purdon, said, "Hey, my dad wrote a book about the first black sailors in the Navy that were going to be officers." And that book was called Black Company. And Black Company was the story of Sub Chaser 1264. And there he is, Eric Purdon, who was the captain or in charge of the sailors. And these guys went on to become the first black officers in the Navy. So they called Admiral Gravely and they said, "This young guy, Charles Cathcart, is trying to put together this America's Cup team. And we'd like you to help him, to teach him, to mentor the project." And he came on as the chairman. So with the first black admiral as the chairman, we go to the San Diego Yacht Club and everybody wants to meet him and talk to him. They love him. And he's an extraordinary gentleman. He passed away, I believe, in 2004. I don't have that right in front of me, but just an extraordinary person. So we were encouraged, and we sailed with the Russians for the America's Cup World Championships. I brought some black sailors out, and they made me the project manager. And the Russians appointed me as the vice commodore of the St. Petersburg Yacht Club in perpetuity. So the owner of that was Vladimir Kulbita, and he had this big old mansion in Coronado, and just lighting one cigarette off another. But we sailed out in the America's Cup World Championships. So then back to 2010, I come back to where I'm from and where Dr. Kelly's from, North Carolina, and we organize and are ready to apply to the America's Cup. And we did apply, and they rejected our application. And they said, "Well, we're not so sure that you're going to make enough money to have a team." But we do realize that in this country, it's not what you are, it's what you can be. It's the land of opportunity. So I made some phone calls, and a very wealthy person from Europe sent us $1 million and said, "Take them to court." So we were in the New York State Supreme Court. And if you Google ADM versus GGYC, you'll see that we were in the New York State Supreme Court probably from 2012 to 2014. And now we're in a position that we can have our Jackie Robinson moment where we break another barrier in this country. So what the plan is we are meeting people and looking for famous people to post a commercial that we made. And that commercial gives a brief news report, and then it shows our jerseys, which are gorgeous, some more of our gear. Here's our away jersey. I don't know if anybody can see that, but they're beautiful. And we expect to sell a certain amount, and when we do, we will buy the $2 million training boat.
Sailing has become a passion. That's what it's done for my life.
African Diaspora Maritime, or ADM, is an America's Cup team based in Baltimore. It's led by Executive Director and longtime maritime captain Charles Cathcart. He was a member of the 1992 America's Cup winning team. He wants Baltimore to experience it all.
Everybody wants to be on an America's Cup team. So it's known how many America's Cup teams there are. And when this is out already, people are asking, can I be on the team?
The effort will take about 45 people and cost some $80 million. Building a racing vessel, launching it, and training the sailing team will be funded in part by sales of merchandise. branded jerseys for men and women, in addition to donations and sponsorships. Cathcart says he has sponsors lined up already. Along the way, he hopes to bring to the community the history of the Black Mariner, offer internships, and get young people involved.
STEM is the America's Cup. STEM is the America's Cup, so you have to build and design your own vessel. So just doing that and us doing webinars is going to be and people are going to be excited because the America's Cup is high end.
He wants people to be able to watch history in the making.
So that was pretty exciting. And really what I want you to get out of that, if you saw, the boats now don't just sit in the water. When I was sailing, when we were sailing, we were going 17 knots an hour and we thought we were going fast. These boats are going 50 miles an hour. So they're not wearing baseball caps anymore. They're wearing helmets. And so here's our ADM helmet. This is just a prototype of what things will look like, but we love it. We just think everything looks great. And they're right. Making the money now is us learning the macroeconomics. And I want to say something about the Black Business Network. The purpose of this is we're going to show each other how to run businesses. And we're going to learn from each other and support each other. So as Dr. Kelly allowed me to be on his program months ago, we connected because we're both from North Carolina. He liked the project and he asked me to come back and host a couple programs and then talk again about African diaspora maritime, because I'm telling you that when we have this team, we're not just going to use the money for the team, but we're going to set up something that's even more exciting than the team, and it's called Craft City. And Craft City is really rebuilding Greenwood. And we saw last year they did a retrospective on Greenwood in Oklahoma. And Greenwood was the thriving Black community, Black Wall Street, where we had so many businesses and we were recycling our dollar that we became wealthy. And so this was in the 20s and 30s, and we got burned down. And they rioted and burned our place down and beat us and blew things up. And now we have to rebuild Greenwood. We're based in Baltimore because Baltimore's right on the water. We're going to train at the mouth of the Chesapeake. But when people buy our jerseys, and as an example, the Nigerian team in 2018 had a fashion show and they sold 3 million jerseys at $90 a piece in 3.5 minutes and created $270 million. Now, our jerseys cost $5 more. They're $95. And so the commercial's already been made. We're going to have famous people post it within this week. And when we get that level of money, we'll purchase the training boat for $2 million and we'll christen it in mid to late September or early October. And when we christen that boat and break out the history of the Black Mariner and all the STEM that we're going to teach and the design and build of the boat, we're going to generate $3 million worth of sales, which equals out to $285 million. Now, we're an LLC, so we're a business, and I own the company. So what we're going to do with the extra money is we're going to build Craft City in Baltimore based on Greenwood, and we're going to open 5 factories. We're going to teach cold glass sculpting, hot glass blowing, tongue and groove woodworking, something with ceramics, with watches, and carbon fiber, like Tour de France bicycle frames. And we'll get 50 people per factory. We'll train them for 6 months. We'll pay them to train. And then we will open that up and sell it worldwide. And this will be the beginning of Greenwood, and we're going to call it Greenwood 2.0. Now, yesterday I was on with a gentleman from Oklahoma, Timmy Young, and we spoke after the program. And we agreed that we're going to create Greenwoods 2.0 in all the major enclaves and hubs where African Americans are. And we know that where that is. It's in New York, Chicago, Detroit, Atlanta. We're here in Baltimore. And of course, we have to do the original Greenwood in Greenwood, Oklahoma. Now, that city and that area might have gotten taken over by highways and byways, but we'll pick the land that's adjacent or the community that's there, and we're going to step that thing out and build it up. We've identified about 50 different crafts that people can make. So that's not related to the America's Cup. That's simply using the money to create more money. And when we do that, we can start owning and opening stores and shops within our own community and put our HBCU grads as the managers of these stores. And then the people that aren't the grads, that are just, not, and I don't want to say just, but are the workers, can come and work. And once we start recycling the money, if you just do it 4 times within an African-American community, you stabilize it. Now, I've studied this I've studied it recently more than sailing. I've turned into more of a businessman than a sailor, because to manage this, we have to get into big business. If we look at the Jewish community, they seem to recycle things about 8 times, but they've got a specific food set, specific clothing, specific books and writings, and there's a lot of things that are specific to their community. But we certainly can get up to 5 or 6. And if we start doing that and start owning our own little cell phone shops and the fingernail shops and all the other things that you see as we walk through our community, we can start to set a recycling of our dollars. Right now, people talk about how the dollar leaves the Black community faster than any other community. It just goes. And we don't blame people for coming in and owning shops in the Black community, but the fact is we have to invest in ourselves, own our own shops. So now, if I've got your attention from the sailing, you can realize this is a refurbishment on a macro level of the African-American community. So a couple of big numbers. The Jamaican bobsled team had a movie made about them called Cool Runnings. Disney made the movie, and they made $187 million. I think that was worldwide. So back then, that's before the internet, before the cell phone was really dominant, and before streaming and all that. So today, a humble guess on a movie about African diaspora maritime is $500 million. Again, we're an LLC, right? And we own the company. And so when we get those kinds of contracts, we're going to leverage in and get a large chunk of that. And we can start using that money to create craft cities in other cities. And I've identified about 50 crafts. So from Chicago, Detroit, Atlanta, New York, and all the others, Los Angeles. Once we start making things, we train and learn it, the customer base is everybody who marched for George Floyd around the world. So that was considered the biggest march on one subject in the history of planet Earth. So if we use that, popularize what we're doing, and let people see how we're doing, they're going to purchase things, and we'll be able to stabilize our own communities. And we have to look at this and see. So one of the things that I think happens is people get depressed because they see the news, and we constantly see a string of bad news. And what I'm loving about the Black Business Network and what has been set up here with Dr. Kelly is that we get to see that there is vision, there are active people, and there's great ideas. And so we have to get it put out there in a macro level. And then all of a sudden, the things that are bedeviling the Black community, which is the shootings, right, are going to start to go down because we're going to give people hope. And when we have hope, we don't want to destroy ourselves and destroy each other. We're going to start looking at this and saying, we're doing well. I want to live. All right, now we're going to go back to the America's Cup. So I'll explain a little bit more about the America's Cup. They went through transitions. Every time somebody wins the America's Cup, they can decide what kind of boat. Back in the 90s, we were sailing on the International America's Cup class boat, 75 feet long. It was a monohull, and it sat in the water, big boat, beautiful, and lots of crew work. Now we're working with the AC-75, which is a monohull. It's got two arms. They're on the side of the boat. You put one arm in, it's got a foiling arm on it, and the boat floats out of the water and rises up. And you can see air between the boat and the water, and you got this big boat skimming around. And that's why they can go so fast, because they don't have so much of the hull in the water. So it's a speed race right now. It's a closed course, so we're not out going from Singapore to Beijing. We're just on a 3-mile race course, 2.5 mile, and people can watch it. So it's going to be extraordinary. We're going to have, with buying the AC-40, we'll be in the youth and Women's America's Cup. So you're going to see the first Black woman skipper in the history of the America's Cup. There's a couple of women that I know of that we're going to recruit. We've reached out to them, and they're like, get that boat. I want to be on, I want to be the skipper. So we're going to have a competition for that. And then with the youth team, it's 25 and under. We'll start out with a lot of young people. I'm going to take a little segue and talk about Black sailors today. So there's a huge amount of African Americans that are in the sailing industry. And right now we've got one of our sailors missing. His name is Captain Donald Lawson. He's off the coast of Mexico, and he was with the big trimaran, and he's been sailing for years. He's a great, great person. So we're hoping to find him. He lost his communication, but I know him. He's actually from Baltimore, and I've spoken to him several times. But if you look, there's Black sailors that have done so many different things. Bill Pinkney sailed around the world solo, and so he is famous. And you can Google all these things, and I think it inspires our kids. With the STEM, designing the boat is based on computer-aided design, so CAD. So becoming computer literate is STEM, and there are STEM on-ramp jobs. So when you learn about this team, and we show you an entree to get STEM on-ramp jobs, you can fill these jobs with just a certificate. And you can start out at $40,000, $50,000, $55,000 a year. And the more certificates you get, the more you build up. So we have to emphasize education, but I don't like to just say education because sometimes it doesn't sound sexy enough. So I always like to say, make enough money so you can get the things that you want, the clothing you want, the cars you want, the food you want, and live where you want. And so that's why you need a good job. And it's not going to come just by sitting here. You've got to actually go out and become active. So STEM on-ramp is extraordinary. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to have a boat park in Baltimore. So we're going to create a big corrugated building, and we're going to build a couple of boats in Baltimore. We're going to build an old wooden boat from back in the day, like a Paul Cuffey boat. And then we're going to build a new high-tech boat. So the old boats are made out of wood. Frederick Douglass was a ship's caulker, so he worked in the shipyard. And we're going to show all the old ways that they made it, and we're going to open it up for field trips so church and community groups can come and see it, school field trips, and then we'll have it open for the general public to come by and see the building of that. Simultaneously, we're going to build a new high-tech boat. And these boats now are made out of laminates, carbon fiber, resins, polymers. So it's a science course. And that's what makes the boats lighter and faster. Now, you heard about that submarine or the submersible that imploded in the ocean. That was made out of carbon fiber. And so the speculation is that carbon fiber couldn't stand up if it wasn't absolutely perfect. So usually people take a steel ball because it's hard to crush something that's round, and they use it and they go down below. So when I worked in the ocean research industry, we had submarines and submersibles and all kinds of gadgets. There's a couple pictures of me, I think maybe even on the website, with me with a little yellow submarine that was about 6 feet long. And we were spooling that off the back of our boat, the White Holly. And I was up in the bridge on my watch. We were driving real slow, letting that thing do what it does with sending out sonar blast, and you can paint and map the ocean floor. And we were just sort of joking, and we heard a couple of metallic noises. We kind of looked at each other, and then we decided to run back to the back of the boat, and the thread on that rope was breaking apart. So we hauled that little yellow submarine in. I think it was about $6 million of value, and got it on deck. And I've got a picture of me smiling, because if we had lost that vessel, I think you probably wouldn't see me. I'd be out there working it off to pay for it. So let's see here. I'm going to show you a couple more books on the Black Mariner. And this should let everybody realize that our reading skills from our kids should go through the roof. This is Umbala, The Adventures of a Negro Sea Captain. I love that book because it's an easy read. It's something that can get people learning about the history of the Black Mariner, and it's a fabulous, fabulous book. Which draws us up to this one. So this is Robert Small's Sails to Freedom. So Robert Smalls was a mariner in South Carolina. And so when the Civil War was going on, he worked on one of the boats, and it was called the Planter. And these were the boats that had metal sides, and they were starting to call them iron sides. And he got together with his friends and family and said, listen, we're enslaved. We're having the Civil War right now, and we're going to make a dash to the Union Army. Think about that. He was enslaved. They completely talked amongst themselves and agreed that they would do this. And they said, if we get caught, we're not going to go back. We're going to have to kill ourselves, because the punishment was going to be so dreadful. So they get on the boat. They take it out at midnight, or, in the dead of night. And he puts on the same hat that the slave master was wearing. And because he was dark and night, he was in silhouette. And so he would walk along the bridge and make the same gestures and tip his hat. And so everybody thought, well, maybe he's going out to the blockade to give supplies to the Confederate boats. So he gets close to the Confederate boats, speeds up, goes past them, and heads right towards the Union Army blockade. Well, they put the guns on him and said, if this guy's coming on a suicide mission to blow us up, we're going to blow him out of the water. And just as he gets past the Confederates, he puts up the white flag and says, I'm surrendering. And they were shocked to see it was a gentleman of African descent, Robert Smalls. After the Civil War, I'm going to look at this guy again. After the Civil War, Robert Smalls becomes one of the first black senators during Reconstruction. So Senator Robert Smalls is the captain of the Planter, and he went back and purchased the mansion that he lived in when he was enslaved. And he did something that was so extraordinary. He knew that a lot of people lost everything and were distraught and destroyed. And he saw the mistress of the house and brought her into the house and let her live her days out in that mansion. So if you Google Robert Smalls Mansion in South Carolina, it's right there. It's famous. It's a landmark, and it's historical. So our kids are going to learn these things. The other thing that's important is, just like a football team or baseball team, we have to have a diet. The guys are athletes now. They're going to burn up a lot of calories. And so we're going to have a team chef, and we're going to ask people to follow the chef's diet. And we're going to follow seasonal, sustainable, local as much as we can. And we're going to cut things out. So you see me taking a drink every once in a while. I drink a lot of water, and we're not going to say people can't drink a soda, but we're going to say every time you drink a soda, chase it with a glass of water. And you're going to start to see that our health improves, our mental health improves, and our financial health improves with what this project is offering. So I'm excited about that. I'm hoping that you'll get engaged. You can go to our website, admsailing.com. ADM Sailing is African Diaspora Maritime. So if you see my name, you see African Diaspora, last word is maritime, and you can Google that. And when you see the website, spend some time on there. Look at the books. Look at the things that we can teach. This is another great book called Black Jacks. It's got more historical pictures and objects in it. It's extraordinary. This book here by David Siselsky, The Waterman's Song, Slavery and Freedom in Maritime North Carolina. This book talks about the fact that Black people, the number 2 occupation for Africans was mariner. So they were pilots and privateers and crew members, and they had the same skills as the captain. So we've got to start to relearn these things, remember it, know it, and then turn it into a situation where we create our own wealth behind it. So I think I'm coming up on a few more minutes to talk. So let's see about this book here. This is Black Men of the Sea. And Black Men of the Sea goes in and just goes from person to person to person and lists out several famous Black mariners. On our website, we have a movie called Rescue Men, and the trailer's up. But that gentleman, Richard Etheridge, had a boat named after him by the Coast Guard. So that movie is called Rescue Men, and that's the Pea Island Lifesavers in South Carolina. And the Coast Guard named a ship after him. The Coast Guard named the ship after Admiral Gravely. So when we christen our vessel, we're going to give honor to these famous mariners that have gone before us, and we'll name them as leaders within our organization in their name in perpetuity. So I believe Admiral Gravely is going to end up being our fleet admiral in perpetuity. Richard Etheridge, they were the lifesavers, so he'll be the safety officer in perpetuity. Carl Brashear, the famous Navy diver, he's going to be our dive officer in perpetuity. And by honoring the people that have come before us and learning our own history, monetizing, creating industry, and having some fun, we're going to motivate our young people, and we're going to lower some of these bad things that we're seeing that we don't like. Nobody's happy. And we're going to raise up the reading, the STEM, the skill set, and the financials behind the African American community. And we can start seeing all over America Greenwoods. And when we refurbish the original Greenwood and we have the Greenwood 2.0 project, which is Craft City, we will create the opportunities that we've all been wanting and hoping for. So let me show you something else. This logo can also go tone on tone. So this is just a simple little thing that we came up with, sort of like a summer hat. This is a tone on tone for people who like the dad hats, kind of khaki looking. And my family retired to Ohio from Maryland, and this is my interpretation of the Cleveland hat, right? So it's the Cleveland Browns. But it can go on and on and on. And we have to start looking at that. And I think that people see that and they'll say, that's a beautiful logo. So this is our logo. This represents us. And I know that sometimes people see the Minnesota Vikings or they'll see the Boston Celtics. And it's like, if you're Irish, you love the Boston Celtic. And if you're Scandinavian, you love the Minnesota Viking. So having said that, let's start to love ourselves. Let's reinvest in ourselves. Let's create the life that we want. Let's create the life that we want for our children, and let's build the America that we want. All right. So take a look at ADM Sailing, www.admsailing.com, or you can just type in African Diaspora Maritime. I'm going to encourage you to do this after the evening shows. Maybe do it tomorrow morning, because I want you to stay tuned to who Dr. Kelly has lined up for the Black Business Network. It's an extraordinary program for us to see what we can do with ourselves, what the African American community can do. And so we owe Dr. Kelly a debt of gratitude, and we're going to make the Black Business Network one of our key players when we're up and running as an America's Cup team. And we'll invite him out to Spain because we're going to be racing in the Women in Youth America's Cup next September in Barcelona, Spain, September 2024. We'll give you one more look at the helmet. And we will post up the Craft City very shortly, but I want everybody just to read Changing the Conversation in America. And once we change that conversation in America, the things that we're seeing are going to go way down. What's something else we can talk about? When we're training, we're going to do some raffles and we're going to give people opportunities to go on some regatta trips with us. We'll sail locally within America. So up in Martha's Vineyard in Nantucket, there's the Opera Cup, there's Block Island Race Week. Then you go down to Florida in the wintertime. If you're in Chicago, you do the Mackinac Race. If you're in Los Angeles, they have the Congressional Cup and all these different races all over America. And then once a year, African Diaspora Maritime is going to take a trip and go somewhere else.
And an organization called African Diaspora Maritime just announced a first-of-its-kind sailing team that will be based right here in Baltimore.
This team has some groundbreaking goals. Alex Glaze has much more on the story, and he's going to break it down for us.
This is the chance for us to change the conversation in America, with Baltimore leading the way.
As a member of the 1992 America's Cup winning team, Charles Cathcart knows what it takes to win. But his vision for ADM sailing team goes far beyond what happens in the water.
The goal, besides just the racing, is to reach out to the communities that need support, that need vision, that need a way to get people more involved in a wide variety of topics.
The plan is for the Baltimore-based team to be easily accessible to young people and give them an opportunity to learn. ADM's program will not only teach the sport of sailing, but also the math, science, and engineering behind the new technologies of sailing.
These skills are going to be needed to expand the knowledge of these young people in their futures, even if they choose not to continue with competitive sailing.
ADM is hoping to introduce yachting to a new audience and show the world how sports and community can affect change.
What we envision happening.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Building relationships to get you known, get you connected, and get paid.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him, and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I said, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training. Masterclasses led by African industry execs and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Charles Cathcart of African Diaspora Maritime. I'm your business moderator for the evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our speaker is Henri Ward of Be Direct. Henri Ward has an extensive experience leading high-growth, high-margin technology and services businesses on an international scale, with a proven track record of successfully delivering sales, operational, and financial results in both domestic and global markets. Henri continues to be recognized for his collaborative leadership and exceptional business acumen. He is CEO of Be Direct, the first US-based but African-centric corporate board preparedness and board search company specifically designed to connect US Black talent and multinational corporations to high-growth businesses on the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to present you Henri Ward.
Charles, how are you?
Henri, I am really thrilled to meet you. You know, I know Larry Yan very well.
Awesome. Larry's a great guy. Larry is the founder and CEO of Be Direct, and I am the COO. So Larry and I have had just a phenomenal time starting this business and getting it off the ground.
So I want to ask, so Be Direct is the first US-based but African-centric corporate board preparedness and board search company. So specifically designed to connect US Black talent and multinational corporations to high growth businesses on the African continent.
That's right.
How did you come up with the name?
So interesting. So the name actually is a double entendre. So it has multiple meanings. So the first meaning is kind of the standard. Be Direct stands for board director. We are focused on creating a Black corporate board directors. The other meaning behind Be Direct is we want people to be direct. We want them to be direct in terms of what they're looking for, in terms of board opportunities. We want them to be direct in terms of what they're looking for, in terms of their career aspirations. And so both corporate board director and from a verb perspective, we want people to be direct.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So these are paid corporate director and advisory board roles?
They are. And so we know that many Black Americans or Black executives and entrepreneurs, and I want to step back just a little bit. We specifically use the term Black executive and Black entrepreneur and not African American.
Understand.
Because the reality is, if you're a person of Haitian descent, if you're a person of Jamaican descent, if you're a person of Ghanaian descent that happens to be living in America, you don't necessarily consider yourself an African American, but you do consider yourself a Black American or a Black American or an African in the diaspora. So yes, these are paid corporate board opportunities. We know that many people, both Black Americans, Black executives, and people of other cultures sit on nonprofit boards, and nonprofit boards are phenomenal. I've sat on nonprofit boards myself, and it's a great opportunity. But there's a difference between a nonprofit or a not-for-profit board and a corporate board. When you move to a corporate board or a paid board, those are fiduciary responsibilities, meaning that you actually take on certain liabilities regarding your responsibilities, in addition to you being paid for that. So yes, these are paid board opportunities on the African continent. We know that the opportunities, quite frankly, are limited for paid board seats here in the United States. The reality is, the first question that you are asked regarding your corporate board work here in the United States is, what's your prior board experience, right? And the reality is that it's almost like going after your first job. You can't get a job without having experience, and you can't get experience without having a job, right? And so what happens here in the United States regarding paid board opportunities is many companies go after the same resources. And so that's why you see many people serving on 2, 3, and 4 boards, because of the fact they're coming with that board experience, but at the same time, it kind of leaves out those who do not necessarily already have corporate board experience. And so our tagline is more tables, more seats. We're not trying to create more slices of the same pie. We're trying to create more pies for people to participate in terms of more corporate board opportunities, more paid corporate board opportunities for Black executives and Black entrepreneurs. And there is definitely a market on the African continent for that.
It's a beautiful answer. I used to look in befuddlement, just on the sports analogy. They'd say, well, we can't hire any black coaches because they don't have any coaching experience. And I was thinking, well, are you saying that Vince Lombardi and Tom Landry were born out of the womb of the coach? And the answer is they got a shot as being a coach. So the statement is false on its face, but sometimes we think, well, they're telling us the truth.
That's right. Prima facie, it is false.
Right. So you've got a unique strategy on socially, culturally, and economically connecting Africa to its U.S. diaspora. Share your thoughts on the importance of knowledge and resource sharing between African entrepreneurs on the continent and Black executives and entrepreneurs in the diaspora.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that. So we know traditionally when people think about resources on the African continent, it's mainly the natural resources, the physical resources,
right,
whether it's gold or diamonds or the cobalt that goes into electric vehicles. What we want to focus on is the intellectual capital, the intellectual richness that is on the African continent in terms of businesses that are thriving and that are growing. And we believe there is a definite market there to be tapped into in terms of helping African businesses grow and using the intellectual capital coming from the United States to help do that. Now, when I say that, I also want to make sure that people understand that African businesses are not looking for a savior, right? We don't want people to come over with this savior complex of, I've got this great experience and I'm going to go help these poor African businesses grow. No, that is not what we are seeking to do. We are seeking partnerships where you've got Black executives and Black entrepreneurs who have shown their skill sets in terms of growing businesses, both domestically and globally, who can partner with African companies and African CEOs and their boards to help them grow. And so this is a win-win situation for all. And so we know through the market research that there is great growth happening, great economic growth happening on the African continent. We also know through our market research that Africa has one of the highest rate of youth in terms of those that are 30, 25 to 30. And that is what we want to tap into. We want to be able to tap into those awesome entrepreneurs and CEOs on the African continent who are growing domestically, who are growing globally, who are looking, quite frankly, for competitive edge. And so when we look at taking Black executives, and we have a training program, it is an 8-month training program, and if you will, I'd like to just kind of give our audience just kind of an understanding of what our offering is, if that's okay.
Please, we're listening. We're all ears. We're learning. And I want to just jump in real quickly. Yeah. I love what you said about not coming in as the savior. We can't become the new colonizer.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah. Particularly to the point where you can't come in to an organization in which, by the way, is paying you and that CEO of that organization probably has a higher net worth than you do.
Yep.
Right. Thinking that, you're going to be, the beat all and the savior. So our offerings are divided up into twofold. They are bifurcated. One is we offer a corporate board preparedness program, and I'll take each one of these individually. So one is a corporate board preparedness program, and the other is a traditional executive search firm. I'll start with the corporate board preparedness program.
Okay.
It is an 8-month program in which we have partnered with several companies on the African continent to do a couple of things. So one piece of our program is corporate governance training. We want anyone who is going to sit on a corporate board at the United States or African continent or anywhere needs to understand, what does it mean to be a corporate board director from the mechanics perspective, right? What does it mean to understand or be a part of audit committee? What does it mean to be a part of nominating and governance committee? What does it mean to be a part of compensation committee? Those are standard corporate board committees. So we want to give people an underpinning from a kind of an academic perspective on that.
Sure.
We also know that corporate governance on the African continent is a bit different than corporate governance in the United States. A lot of corporate governance in the United States is compliance driven, whether that's regulatory compliance or legislative compliance. So what do I mean by that? So when you're dealing with publicly traded companies, you deal with Security and Exchange Commission.
Right.
And the rules that govern public companies. If you are a consumer-based company, you have to deal with the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission. So that's on the regulatory side. On the legislative side, all companies are governed by SOX compliance, Sarbanes-Oxley compliance. And so unlike the United States, African companies do not have those legislative and regulatory compliance types of policies that they're dealing with. What they do focus on is best practices. And so there's something called King 4. And it's King 4 because the 4 basically stands for the fourth generation. And the 4 is written in Roman numerals IV. And it's basically the fourth generation of corporate board best practices that were developed in South Africa post the post Nelson Mandela being freed from prison and South Africa being post apartheid. So the King 4 policies and best practices were developed, and those have now been kind of taken across the African continent. And we've partnered with a company based in South Africa that does corporate governance training that teaches King 4 for both public and private companies, both large cap and small cap, large capital and small capital companies. And so it's an awesome company. They're called Mill Park, and we have partnered with them to do the corporate governance training. We also have in-house our cultural dexterity training. And this kind of goes back to the not wanting people to have the savior complex. And so we have a saying that business is easy, but people are hard. And the reality is that you cannot take a Western trained person, regardless of their skin color. You cannot take a Western trained person, place them on a different continent in a different country and expect them to be successful, because they will not.
Right.
Because the reality is we all come with our biases, and we are Western thinking, whether we want to admit that or not.
Sure.
We could put on our dashikis, and we can put on all of the garment, but the reality is we are Western thinking. And so we spend as much time talking about cultural dexterity as we do talking about corporate governance. What does it mean to take a Western trained executive and place them in a different country? Many of us may have global experience in terms of dealing with Western Europe or dealing with Asia, whether that be Japan or China.
Sure.
Probably the closest in terms of dealing business on the African continent is doing business in Asia, where it is very relationship driven, right? Even country to country, you know, people look at, unfortunately, people have this misconception of Africa as kind of one monolithic thing, right? And there are 52 to 54 different countries on the African continent. All of them view themselves very differently. So a Ghanaian views him or herself different from a Nigerian, who views him or herself different than a South African, who views him or herself different than a Kenyan, right? It would be as if you would go over to the continent of Europe and you would say, well, all Europeans are the same. Well, that's not true, because a Brit views him or herself very different than an Italian, who views him or herself very different from a Spaniard, right? And Spaniards view themselves very differently from Portuguese. And
Sure.
so we take into consideration this cultural dexterity piece of the puzzle, whereas and we bring people through in cohort fashion. So as the cohort is learning how to navigate the corporate governance piece of the puzzle, they are simultaneously learning how to navigate the cultural dexterity piece of the puzzle. You know, how do you add value to a African board, let's say in the country of Ghana, without coming across as if you are the know-it-all American? And here is something else I want to bring up in terms of the cultural dexterity piece. We view ourselves as Africans in the diaspora. We view ourselves as African Americans or Haitian Americans or Jamaican Americans. The reality is, when you go to the continent of Africa, or quite frankly, if you travel anywhere outside the United States, you are not viewed as an African American.
No.
You are viewed as an American.
That's right.
And we want to make sure that people understand that from this cultural dexterity piece, that although we may be Africans in the diaspora, when viewed externally from a different culture and a different country, the first grid is American. And we want to make sure that people understand that. In addition to the corporate governance piece and the cultural dexterity piece, we've also partnered with a company that's actually run by a Black female, who's also based out of South Africa, who does corporate, not only does she have domain knowledge regarding corporate governance, her firm also does executive coaching. And so as the cohort is working its way through this 8-month training program, each person will be partnered with their own personal executive coach. And so that coach will actually help them navigate from the classroom to reality. So as they are, you know, learning about corporate governance in the classroom, as they are learning about this cultural dexterity piece from a classroom perspective, the executive coach is working with them to say, okay, now this is how that applies in the real world, right? These are real world experiences that we can share with you.
Sure.
As to why this is important. So that is one side of the ledger. That is the corporate board preparedness piece. On the other side of the ledger is our executive search firm services. In that, we are actually, while the cohort is working its way through this 8-month program, we are working diligently on their behalf to try to place them on corporate boards.
Sure.
Our primary markets are South Africa, Ghana, Kenya, Tanzania, and Ethiopia. Many of those actually we chose many of those for a couple of reasons. One, we wanted to try to speak to primarily some English-speaking countries.
Mm-hmm.
We did not want to go to, let's say, the Gambia or other countries that were, as we shall say, colonized by the French. And that's, so we're sticking to those that were colonized by the English, and that's primarily because the language barrier creates one additional barrier that we don't necessarily want to hamper those who are coming through the program. And so to take someone to a primarily French-speaking country where business will be done in French, contracts will be done in French. If that person is not fluent in French, it obviously will hamper them in terms of their success. So that's kind of why we chose primarily countries that are English speaking at this point. So we are working with the U.S. Department of Commerce. And one of the things that I actually did not know until actually partnering with Larry Yan, who is our founder and CEO. Larry has actually done business, as I'm sure you well know. Larry has done business on the African continent for the last 15 or 20 years. Larry is a serial entrepreneur. In addition to founding Be Direct, Larry also leads two other companies. One company is a cybersecurity company, which does business on the African continent. And the other company is a call center company, which does business on the African continent and has its operations based out of South Africa. And so Larry, because of Larry's innate experience in doing business on the African continent, we chose those primary markets. Going back to the U.S. Department of Commerce, one of the things I did not realize was that the U.S. Department of Commerce actually has foreign diplomats spread across the globe. You know, we all know about the State Department and U.S. embassies in different countries, right? Because that's obviously the job of the State Department is foreign diplomacy through U.S. embassies. What I did not realize is that in addition to the State Department, the U.S. Department of Commerce also has foreign diplomats around the globe. And the role of those diplomats is actually to make introductions on behalf of US-based companies to companies in these different countries. And so we are working with the US Department of Commerce in different countries. Right now, we have a really great relationship with foreign diplomats who work for the US Department of Commerce in Ghana. They are based out of the US Embassy in Accra, and their goal is to help us as Be Direct make introductions on our behalf to companies in Ghana that would be open to having Black executives and Black entrepreneurs sit on their board. So while this cohort is working its way through the 8-month training program, we are working on their behalf with the U.S. Department of Commerce, with venture capitalists, private equity firms, public and private companies on the African continent to place as many of these executives as we can once they complete their training.
Extraordinary. You went through a wide range of critical ideas. And I thought that the idea about speaking English is a beginning. And obviously, once you're really established, we can go to Martinique in the Caribbean and get the French speakers and get them over there.
Senegal, right? All of the other Francophone countries, right?
Sure. No, this is critical because I've been to Africa a few times and I enjoyed it. And what I do is try to learn a little bit about the culture before I go.
Absolutely.
So, right.
Absolutely. And to that point, once the cohort finishes the 8-month training program, we have a piece of our programming that is optional but recommended, and that is our immersion program. This goes directly to the point that you just made. We know that many people that will be participating in our program, many have not been to the African continent. some may have been to Europe, some may have been to the Caribbean, some may have even been to Asia, but many probably have not been to the African continent. And so we want, and this is a saying that Larry actually coined, we want people to see Africa from African soil. So as a part of that, after they complete the 8-month training program, we offer up to them our immersion program. And the immersion program is where we actually will fly them over to the African continent, to Ghana or South Africa or Kenya, to spend 5 to 7 days actually seeing Africa from African soil, to be able to, get to know the people, to meet with business leaders. If we're going to South Africa, we will take them either to Johannesburg, which is where most of the business in Africa, in South Africa, is done out of Johannesburg. It's kind of the New York feeling in terms of of the country. So we'll either take them to Johannesburg or we'll take them to Cape Town. And not Cape Town so much for Cape Town itself, but Cape Town for Robben Island. And as many people know, Robben Island is where Nelson Mandela was in prison for so many years. If we take them to Ghana, we'll obviously fly into Accra and spend a lot of time in Accra, but we also want to take them to Amelia Castle and the Door of No Return.
Sure.
Where the slave ships left from. So we want to give people an opportunity really to visit Africa and see Africa from African soil. And the reality is that there are misconceptions on both sides. Many Blacks in America have misconceptions about what African life is like on the African continent. And quite frankly, many on the African continent, the only understanding that they have of the United States is what they see on television.
That everybody's rich.
Right. Right. Yeah. So we want to be able to give both sides an opportunity really to interact with each other and get a good feel from each other. And to our understanding and our knowledge, we are the first company to actually focus on this marketplace, both from a demographics perspective, Black executives and entrepreneurs, and from a geographic marketplace in terms of the African continent, and putting those two pieces of the puzzle together. For those that are interested from a corporate perspective, who we look at in terms of our target market are those who are at the vice president to C-suite level, vice president and above from a corporate perspective. And the reason that we do that is that we want to be able to make sure that that person is going to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, because the reality is that person has to pay for themselves, right? So the CEO of an African company and their nominating committee is making a choice to bring in someone outside of the country, right? And so that person is making a conscious choice not to choose a Ghanaian, not to choose a South African, not to choose a Kenyan. And so if they are making that conscious choice, whoever we bring in has to be able to bring immediate value to the table. Whether that immediate value comes from functional skill sets, whether that be in sales or marketing or product or engineering, or if that skill set is in terms of being able to help open up new markets for them, right? That person has to bring immediate value. Now, I say that there's this thing in corporate governance about, eyes in, fingers out, right? So you don't want to be an operator, right? You don't necessarily, if you're bringing someone in from a corporate governance perspective, they're not a part of your executive leadership team. That said, for many small to mid-sized companies, even here in the United States, many of those companies use their boards from a mentorship perspective, right? People that can help either from a functional perspective or from a new markets perspective. And that's the approach that we're taking with these folks who are going to go through the program. They have to know that they have to hit the ground running from a add a value perspective immediately, while at the same time navigating all of the cultural issues.
Understood. This is, these answers are so extensive that they almost each take a whole show.
Yeah.
And so, we're running out of time, but we still have a couple of minutes. I want you to give your contact information because this is extraordinary.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And by the way, I will definitely tell Larry that we spoke. For those who are interested, please go to www.globalboarddirector.com. That is all one word, globalboarddirector.com. There you will actually see a video on our website. Please click on that video. The video is actually filmed in South Africa by our founder and CEO, Larry Young, talking about much of the things that we've talked about here on the show. There's a button there that will say U.S. Candidate benefits. Click on that button and you will see the benefits that are outlaid there. And then you will also see a button that says apply. If you are interested, if you fit our category in terms of from a corporate side, vice president above, or you are a Black entrepreneur, we would ask you to apply. We would love to see your application. We have a cohort that begins at the end of this September. We already have about 10 to 15 folks that we know that will be in that cohort across multiple Black backgrounds. We are really excited about the folks that we have coming in that cohort and their ability to actually add immediate value simply because of the skill sets and because of the domain knowledge that they're bringing. We will have another cohort that will start in the spring of 2024. But please go onto our website, www.globalboarddirector.com. Click on the U.S. Candidate Benefits button and then apply.
Honore, thank you so much. This was extraordinary. And if anyone's listening to this program and you've been depressed and you look at TV, listen to what you just heard. We're going to connect back with Africa. We're going to respect each other. It's been an extraordinary talk. There's no way you can listen to this gentleman and not know what we already know. Genius is common. I'll see you on the other side. Honore, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Charles.
Thank you for listening, everyone. And we'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this program, you've got to understand how extraordinary what he said was. This program is also creating scholarships for our own young people here. So every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2023. So they are NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, I think we all know that. Earth Essentials, Melanie Shani Global, or maybe I'm pronouncing that wrong and it's Melaine Shani Global. We'll find out. Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius, oh yeah, it's common.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rock the house. For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Producers, directors, I met designers, and then everybody says, oh, this is my 6th year, and oh, this is my 4th year.
Shout out to New York. We're in New York in like 7 hours.
Oh my gosh, yes, we have a 6:58 flight, so.
We gotta go home. We gotta go.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. Every single person that's come through the store has spoke so highly of you, and what a great event this is. Yes.
I'm representing DJ Darryl, who is a platinum producer. He did the hit track for Tupac Shakur, Keep Your Head Up, Snoop Dogg, Keisha Cole.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Charles Kithcart of African Diaspora Maritime. I'm your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our keynote speaker, the power of voice, unlocking your potential through podcast creation, is Grant McGaw. Grant McGaw utilizes finely honed business skills to lead the development of succinct strategies that harness the value of revenue generation and brand recognition for all of his clients. He develops leadership for the continued development of an innovative, robust, and growing pipeline of opportunity. Grant is an accomplished and versatile problem solver with demonstrated success in managing the end-to-end consulting, engagement, and service delivery process from cradle to grave. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present to you Grant McGaw.
That was wonderful, Charles. Thanks for bringing me up. I appreciate it.
Grant, I was reading your bio and looking at you, and I said, look out, this guy looks like a football player, looks like a linebacker, and he's a genius. So,
no, I appreciate everything you do. I loved your talk even earlier about the African diaspora and what you're doing, sailing and really sharing the history and living it now. So it's not just something in the past, it's something in the very present and the very near future. So appreciate you.
Well, thank you very much. So we're going to sit back and listen. And I guess I'm going to just go off the air and you're going to take over. Is that right?
Pretty much. I'll do a keynote. Yep.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, Grant McGaw, as we know, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to change the topic just a little bit. Instead of talking about podcasts, we're going to talk about business development. I am the CEO of 5-Star BDM, and that stands for Brand Development Master, but I do a lot with personal branding and business development. And I use podcasting as a way to develop pipeline, to bring people to an awareness about what 5-Star BDM does as an advisory group for small to mid-sized businesses and entrepreneurs. So we're going to talk about my process that I have coined for myself when I work with different individuals like yourself who own businesses, small businesses, entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, and they need to understand a blueprint, a way, a path forward to create lead generation and business revenue. And that's what we're going to talk about for the next 30 or 40 minutes. So I first want to say hello. I don't know if I talked to everybody and said hello directly to you, my esteemed entrepreneurs and leaders in business. You're all leaders, and it's an honor to stand before you today. So we're going to embark on a journey of discovery together as we delve into the depths of customer engagement, its nuances, its possibilities, and its potential for transformative growth. So picture this, a world where we transgress the boundaries of mere transactions to create meaningful, long-lasting connections with our clients. A world where the relationship with each client is not just about profit, but about an understanding that goes beyond the numbers. Imagine a landscape where every potential customer is not seen as just another business opportunity, but as a partner, a collaborator in a journey of growth and mutual success. This is the world we aim to create with our unique initiative, the 5-Star Business Development Management Process. I invite you all to immerse yourselves in this narrative to become the protagonists in this story of growth, partnership, and mutual success. Each of you present here today is the backbone of small and medium-sized businesses and are our heroes in this journey. This 5-Star BDM business process is designed to mold you into the maestros of client engagement, the virtuosos of value creation, and the wizards who wield the wand of trust. So let's unfold this tale together. Our journey begins with an overture, setting the mood for the symphony to follow. In this first act, titled The Process Introduction, we lay the foundation of our strategy. Here we introduce the nuances of the process. We explain the rationale behind it, the process that it entails, and the benefits it promises. The goal here is to equip you with the essential understanding of the process and prepare you for the steps that follow. Think of this as your origin story, your training montage, where you familiarize yourself with the tools at your disposal. And what are these tools? A meticulously crafted client engagement package designed to help you communicate your narrative effectively to your clients. This package is a unique blend of resources and strategies aimed at creating value for your customers, transforming their journey with you into an enriching experience. Our journey deepens as we move on to the next act, which is value addition. Now, we're going to delve into the heart of the process. We're going to illuminate the core essence of our strategy. This is where we explore the tangible benefits that our process brings, the real value it adds to your business and your clients. We're going to be armed with case studies, testimonials, and blog posts. We provide you a firsthand experience of the fruits this process bears. Each case study is a story of success, each testimonial a voice of satisfaction, and each blog post a detailed analysis of how our process helps overcome challenges and achieve goals. These tools are just not ornamental accessories, but powerful weapons in your arsenal. They are the means through which you captivate your audience, charm your clients, and build meaningful relationships with them. Now, we are armed ourselves with the knowledge and tools. It's time to invite others into our story, our narrative. The next act is webinar invitations. Picture yourself as a sage, imparting wisdom and enlightening your audience about the art and science of client engagement. Through these webinars, you will guide your clients and potential customers through the labyrinth of business development, showing them how our strategies and tools can create unique, beneficial solutions for their businesses. By doing this, you not only inform, but also involve your clients in your narrative, making them integral parts of your story. And the fourth act of our narrative, that's the workshop. And in the workshop, we're going to remind them about the strategy designed to facilitate the hands-on experience of our process. So through these interactive workshops, we invite your clients to step into the story, not just as spectators, but again, as active participants. The workshops offer a platform for engagement, discussions, brainstorming, and problem solving. They provide an opportunity for your clients to see the strategies in action, to experience the benefits firsthand, and to witness how our process can truly transform their businesses. Our journey is not just about work and learning, it's about surprises and rewards. So our next act in this narrative is about exclusive offers, which brings an element of delight into our narrative. As you move ahead in your journey, you will unlock a treasure trove of resources, exclusive client engagement tools, discounts, bonus features to add and aid in your quest for growth. These offers add a touch of magic to your interactions with your clients, helping you create compelling experiences that will leave a lasting impression. They serve as your testament to your commitment to provide value and build your strong, rewarding relationships with your clients. So as we continue this journey, we arrive at the next act, which is customer success stories. Success, they say, is a journey, not a destination. Each success story is a milestone in your journey, a testament to the relationships you've built, the trust you've gained, and the growth you have achieved. Sharing these stories with your clients is not just about showcasing your victories, but also about celebrating the journey that led to those victories. These stories serve as tangible proof of the efficacy of our approach, reaffirming the power of our narrative and encouraging others to be a part of it. We prepare for the journey ahead. In our next act, which is the business development narrative, we've got to get into the industry trends. As you see, we're showing you a process. We're taking you through a step-by-step engagement to grow your business. Because without clients, without customers, without prospects, your business will suffer and eventually close. So we need to have things in place that will offset what we call indifference in the target audience, because they get hit with so many offers, so many advertisements. Everybody's got a solution, but you've got to stand above this. You've got to be able to share industry trends. That's going to equip you for the challenge, equip your prospect with the challenge and opportunities that lie in the future. So in our rapidly evolving world, it's not enough just to be wise with the wisdom of the past. You must also be prepared for the changing tides of the future. Now, through this act, we provide insights into the latest trends and advancements in the industry, ensuring that you are always a step ahead in your journey. This knowledge will enable you to adapt your strategies and tools to meet the changing needs of your clients, ensuring continued growth and success. So, my esteemed audience, if you're with me, as we embark on this journey together, let's remember one crucial thing. In this age of digital ubiquity and faceless transactions, it's the human connection that sets us apart. It's not just about doing business. It's about creating value, nurturing relationships, and fostering trust. With the 5-star BDM process, you are not just playing a part in the unfolding narrative of commerce. You are writing your own story, a story that is a testament to the resilience and innovation of your business, the depth of your relationships with your clients, and the measure of your success. With this process, we aim to create a symphony of experience where every note resonates with the sound of growth. Every harmony echoes with the promise of partnership. Every crescendo ascends to the heights of mutual success. So let's dwell further into the depth of the 5-star BDM process. So in the realm of business development, the 5-star model signifies 5 strategic elements, each representing a distinct approach towards comprehensive client engagement. And what are these? They are strategy, trust, adaptability, relationship, and success. Strategy is the first star in our constellation, which shapes our tactical approach to every business interaction. We focus on developing customized strategies that cater to the unique needs of each client. Our strategic plan incorporates a variety of methods and tools, ranging from advanced analytics and digital marketing to personalized client interactions, creating a holistic and integrated approach towards client engagement. Trust, the second star, forms the bedrock of all of our interactions. It's the cornerstone that strengthens our bond with our clients. Trust can't be bought. It must be earned. Our goal is to foster trust through transparency, consistency, and commitment to deliver on our promises. With every interaction, We aim to reinforce this trust, creating a reliable and dependable partnership that encourages collaboration and promotes mutual growth. Next is adaptability. That's our third star. It's our approach to the dynamic and ever-evolving business landscape. We believe in staying ahead of the curve, anticipating changes, and adapting our strategies accordingly. We strive to equip you with the ability to adapt swiftly and smoothly to market fluctuations, technological advancements, and shifting consumer preferences. We focus on continuous learning and growth, ensuring that you are always prepared to tackle the challenges that surely will come your way. In the fourth star, which is relationship, it's all about cultivating strong, meaningful connections with your clients. We prioritize the quality of interactions over the quantity, emphasizing the importance of personalization and customization in client communication. We believe in ongoing and going the extra mile to understand the needs and expectations of your clients. So there's no room for miscommunication. We ensure that every interaction adds value and enriches their experience, which leads us to success, our fifth star. That is the culmination of our efforts. It is the measure of growth we achieve together, the impact we create, and the value we add. But success is not a destination. It's an ongoing journey of learning, improving, and growing. Our goal is not just to achieve success, but to sustain it, ensuring long-term growth and prosperity. As we delve into these 5 strategic pillars of the 5-star BDM process, let's not forget that we are traversing a path of shared growth and mutual success. Our journey is not just about achieving individual goals, but also about contributing to a larger narrative of progress and innovation. Our narrative also incorporates the concept of globalization. The term, a blend of global and local, signifies the idea of thinking globally but acting locally. In today's globalized world, it's essential to understand the global landscape while tailoring our strategies to cater to local needs. This approach allows us to create solutions that are globally relevant but yet locally applicable, ensuring that all our strategies resonate with the unique needs of each market. This narrative is not just a theoretical concept, it's a tangible strategy implemented through a series of carefully planned and meticulously executed steps. Let's delve a little deeper into these steps. We conduct an in-depth analysis of your business. We identify your strengths, your weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. This SWOT analysis forms the basis of our strategic planning, ensuring that our approach is tailor-made to suit the unique needs of your business. Following that analysis, we designed a customized strategy for your business. Now, this strategy incorporates a variety of methods and tools aimed at enhancing client engagement and creating value for your clients. The goal here is to transform every interaction into an enriching experience, ensuring that your clients feel valued and understood. We work on building trust with your clients. Trust, as we know, is the foundation of any strong relationship. Through consistency, transparency, and commitment, we deliver on our promises. We aim to foster trust with your clients. This trust, in turn, encourages collaboration, promotes mutual growth, and forms the basis of a long-lasting relationship. And once that foundation of trust is laid, we focus on maintaining and strengthening this relationship. We do this by providing ongoing support, addressing client concerns promptly, and continuously adding value to their experience. This approach helps us ensure that our relationship with clients is not just transactional, but transformative, paving the way for mutual growth and success. In addition, we continuously monitor the market trends. So with the technological advancements that we all are experiencing right now, and the shifts in consumer behavior, ensures that our strategies remain relevant and effective. I want to make sure we totally understand this concept, this strategy that I'm talking about. We're not in business to make money. We are in business to mutually agree upon a purpose that adds to our community and makes our lives mutually better. How do you measure that? How do you measure that success? If you can lead with that type of purpose, you've already put yourself above 99% of the businesses in the market today, because they're only measuring the dollar and not the person or the business and the team and the human factors. We look at the human factor as the main factor in our approach. It's very proactive. It enables us to adapt our strategies swiftly and efficiently to the changing business landscape. We ensure that we stay ahead of the curve. And finally, we measure our success, not just in terms of profits, but also in terms of value we create, the impact we make, and the growth we achieve together. We believe that success is a journey, not a destination. And our goal is to sustain this journey, ensuring long-term growth and prosperity. This is the essence of our 5-star business development management process. It's not just a process, it's a journey of discovery, a narrative of growth, and a testament to the power of partnership. It's an initiative that aims to transform the way we do business, creating meaningful, long-lasting relationships with clients and fostering mutual growth and success. So as we embark on this journey together, let's remember that the power of our narrative lies in our hands. It's up to us to make this narrative resonate with our clients, to captivate them with our story, and to involve them in our journey. Let's use this opportunity to redefine the concept of business development, to create a world where every interaction matters, where every client feels valued, and where every business thrives. In the end, we're not just creating a project or a process, we're building a legacy of trust, partnership, and success, a legacy that resonates with our values and reflects our vision, a legacy that we can be proud of. Let's take a step forward. Let's embark on this journey together, armed with knowledge, equipped with tools, and driven by the desire to create, grow, and succeed. Let's write a new chapter in the annals of business development, a chapter that celebrates the power of engagement, the value of relationships, and the promise of growth. This is the promise of 5-star BDM. It's an invitation to embark on a journey of discovery, an opportunity to shape the future of business development, and a pledge to create a world of mutual growth and success. So let's seize this opportunity. Let's embrace this pledge and together create a symphony of growth, partnership, and success. As we embark on this 5-star business development process together, Let's dive into the actual mechanics and the innovative elements of this unique initiative. What truly sets the 5-star model apart is its commitment to continuous evolution and its flexibility in adopting diverse methods to achieve shared success. The process is not a one-size-fits-all initiative. It understands that each business is unique with its own strengths, challenges, and goals. This is why the process is rooted in customization, with strategies tailor-made to cater to the specific needs of each business. Our team invests substantial time in understanding your business landscape, identifying potential growth areas, and crafting strategies that capitalize on your unique selling points. Our process emphasizes the power of data. In the era of digital transformation, data is the new oil, providing invaluable insights into customer behaviors, preferences, and trends. With the integration of cutting-edge analytics, these tools harness the power of data to drive decision-making, enhance customer engagement, and optimize business outcomes. By translating raw data into actionable insights, we enable you to make informed decisions that boost growth and profitability. We recognize that in the dynamic business environment, agility is key. So our process fosters a culture of continuous learning and adaptation. We equip you with the knowledge and tools to navigate market volatility, embrace emerging technologies, and respond effectively to the changing needs of your customers. This commitment to adaptability ensures that your business remains resilient, innovative, and forward-looking. The process underscores the importance of collaboration. We believe that growth is not a solitary endeavor, but a collaborative pursuit. We foster a culture of partnership, facilitating open dialogue, encouraging shared decision-making, and promoting collaborative problem-solving. This culture of collaboration not only enhances team cohesion, but also empowers every member to contribute to the shared vision of growth. The 5-star BDM process acknowledges that client engagement extends beyond transactional interactions. It's about creating memorable experiences, nurturing relationships, and making customers feel valued. Through personalized communication, proactive customer service, and value-driven solutions, we strive to transform every client interaction into an enriching experience that fosters loyalty and advocacy. This process is about celebrating success, not just in terms of financial gains, but in terms of value we create, the impact we make, and the relationships we build. Each success story is a testament to our commitment, resilience, and collaborative spirit, inspiring us to strive for greater heights. With the 5-star BDM process, we aspire to transform the way we do business, shifting from a transactional to a relational approach, from competition to collaboration, and from short-term gains to long-term growth. As we explore the depths of this unique process, let's reflect on the journey that brought us here. The journey has been challenging, but every challenge brought new learning. Every obstacle opened new opportunities, and every setback reinforced our resilience. Today, we stand at the precipice of a new era in business development. We carry with us the wisdom of our past experiences and the aspirations to shape a future defined by growth, partnership, and success. This future is not just a dream, it's a vision that we collectively are striving to bring to life. It's a world where businesses do not just compete, but collaborate, where customers are not just consumers, but partners, and where success is not just about profit, but about creating value that transcends monetary measures. As we step into this future, let's remember that the journey is long and the path is uncharted. But with our process as our guide, with shared values as our compass, and with a shared vision as our destination, we are ready to traverse this path, to overcome all the challenges, and to seize the opportunities that lie ahead. And as we embark on this journey, let's remember that we are not alone. We are part of a community of forward-thinking leaders, innovative entrepreneurs, passionate professionals who share our commitment to growth, our passion for innovation, our vision of a future defined by partnership and success. Together, we are redefining the landscape of business development. We're moving beyond these traditional boundaries. We're carving a new path of innovation, collaboration, and the shared success. This is our essence. So let's continue to seize this opportunity. Let's continue to learn and grow together. I want to conclude here, and I want to thank everyone for listening in today. And I want to welcome everyone to the Black Business Olympics, July 2022. It is always an honor for me to present during these expos, during these opportunities to talk to all the different speakers that come onto this network. I am not alone. I work with all of you, and I want to continue to work with all of you, bringing the best of the best for the best people on the planet. So thank you very much for tuning in.
Ladies and gentlemen, Grant McGaw. And if you haven't been inspired, you need to go to the doctor and get your pulse checked. I thought I was going to take a break and take a sandwich break, and I was sitting off camera eating and listening and just jumping up and down. I mean, you've motivated us, and this was spectacular to hear you speak.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that you enjoyed it, that you're testimony of the audience that's listening in. So thank you very much.
We're serious, folks. This is a valuable lesson that we just got from you, Mr. McGaw. And I want to really tell you, sometimes we get depressed because we see our day-to-day lives. We don't see enough of people like you, and we don't interact with enough people like you. So give us your contact information.
Absolutely. You can find everything you need at 5-Star BDM. That's the number 5-Star STR BDM. That's B for brand, D for development, infomasters.com. Send me an email at grant.mcgaw at 5starbdm.com. I will definitely entertain anything that you would need. We do have free consultations. I am here to help you to grow your business.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want something to happen, you need to get a hold of this man. So there's nothing else to say. I've seen it now. This is on a regular basis. It's obvious. Genius is common. Grant McGaw, thank you. I'll see you on the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, if you're not motivated and excited about what's happening and what you're being exposed to, we do have to get you to the doctor, because this is amazing. And look at what we're doing. We're promoting the scholarship, and we're helping. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors. And they're going to go to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. And this expo is a fundraiser for those students. And so you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBXUSA and make a donation. We're going to change this thing. We're not going to keep turning on the television and becoming depressed by the news. This is the new news. So our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to send students. And you can register, students can register at the Black Business Expo USA.com. That's blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2023, and they are NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mulaney Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and of course, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Hey, it's your girl Colette V. Smith. The V is for victory. My mama would tell you the V is for Veronica, but it's Colette V. Smith, the NFL's first African-American woman to coach in the history of the National Football League by way of being the first female in 2017 to coach in New York Jets franchise history. Today, I'm the founder of Believe in You Incorporated. Believe in You Incorporated. I got here because I didn't limit myself. I started thinking freely, living life freely. Don't limit yourself. Unleash your power, the power that God created you to be and to have. I got here because I didn't just follow a path. I created my own. You can do the same thing. You know why I know this? Because genius is common.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say, a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta, and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Charles Kithcart of African Diaspora Maritime. I'm your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our keynote speaker tonight is Brian the Multiplier Miller. Brian has a deep passion for business, self-mastery, and personal development. He's dedicated to creating global change through innovative technology and powerful entrepreneurial strategies. At his companies, he will help you and business owners, entrepreneurs automate their impact and multiply their income with AI, enabling them to achieve their goals and make a lasting difference in the world. He believes the true success comes not just from financial prosperity, but from a life with purpose, intention, and a commitment to serving others. That's why he's committed to helping others achieve limitless heights with the new secret formula to business and personal growth. Join me on this journey as he builds the new impact for generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian the Multiplier Miller.
Hey, thank you for having me. It's beautiful. I'm glad to be here. First thing I want to say, though, is free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. Dr. King actually said that in 1963, August 28th. And the thing is 2023 now. We're at the Black Business Global Olympics, right? The Expo. Now, the question, though, is, are we free still? Because let's be honest, that's why we started business. That's why you're an entrepreneur. That's why you're a business owner, because you want freedom. And business is that vehicle to get you to freedom. Now, in this 40-minute presentation I don't have enough time to dive in and talk about funnels and automations and systems, but I can teach you simple principles on how you can get unstuck in your life and start multiplying your income, right? Not strategies and tactics, but principles. And the first thing I want to address is this word freedom. So really quick, let's just think about what the word freedom means. And I think it's very important that we define words. Like, it's 2023. There's TikToks, there's Instagrams, there's the news. We get 24 hours, 7 days a week of information and words being thrown at us that somehow they lose their significance. And if they lose their significance, how can we actually understand the essence of them? So for an example, you started your business to have freedom, but can you define what freedom actually is to you? So how would you ever know if your business has accomplished that for you? How are you even going to be able to give it to your family, to your kids, to your clients? Right? So I just want to go back a little bit because freedom isn't a new word. It's actually been around since the beginning of time. And there's a story about this guy named Moses. Whether you believe in religion or not, I'm just telling you a historical fact. There's a story about this guy named Moses who had an assignment to free, there go that word freedom, right? He had an assignment to free the slaves in Egypt. Now, if you're not an historical guy, Egypt, I've never been to Egypt, but Egypt at the time was one of the wealthiest countries in the world. They had chariots made of gold, like wheels, like we live in America. I live in America. I know we have people from all over the globe here, but gold is the symbol of wealth, I think, universally. So if you see a wheel made out of gold, palaces made out of gold, statues, people even being buried in tombs of treasure, they were the richest country, one of the richest countries in the world at that time. And Moses had an assignment. He was given an assignment to go to Pharaoh and tell him, let my people go. Now, this is 2023. Again, we hear stories a lot and they lose significance. So I want to paint the picture for you as if this was modern day, okay? And stay with me because this is all going to connect on how you can get unstuck in your business and start multiplying your income and impact. Like we have clients that literally do $100,000 a month working one day off of a 90-minute presentation, going from 5,000 to 20,000. 18-year-olds going from $0 in the real estate wholesale business to $100,000 6 months later. Like, and it's not because of the systems, even though yes, the systems we put together are amazing. The strategies that we use are top notch, but it's because of the principles that we follow, the same principles I want to share with you. So he gets an assignment to free the slaves. And this is 2020. So this is like back in the day, 2023, right? Now, I don't know about y'all, but I can't relate to getting beat and having to build a pyramid or anything like that. I can't imagine it. But what is one thing that in our head seems like slavery, especially if you're in this, if you're a business owner, if you're an entrepreneur, a job, working the 40-40-40. The big lie they told us, dedicate 40 years of your life, working 40 hours and then retire and live off 40% of your income. Newsflash, that doesn't work. A lot of you may have parents that had jobs. Maybe you have a job or had a job. You understand that you were barely getting by from the 9 to 5 when you was getting 100% of it. But now they want you to live off of 40%. Just doesn't make sense. So let's think of the job as the slavery, which I'm not trying to compare it in any way, shape, or form. But for us to kind of paint the picture of what was going on in the scene, let's just do that for 1 second. And let's say you're laying down and whatever you believe in, whether it's God, whether it's energy, whatever it is, something tells you, hey, I have an assignment for you. I want you to get out of your bed. I want you to go tell your owner, let my people go. I don't know about y'all. I'm gonna be looking around like, ooh, I think I'm hearing stuff. I gotta go to the doctor. But for some reason, you're braver than me and you get up. You're like, okay, I'm gonna do it. I got an assignment. I'm gonna go do it. And you march yourself, you put on your best clothes, put on your velvet jacket, look nice, get your hair cut. You march down to the corporate office. You walk right in, knock on the door. Owner opens up the door of this $1 million corporation. And you look at him and you say, let my people go. Now, real quick, we're all business owners here. So I'm not telling you don't have employees. I have employees. Like I'm a who, not how type of guy, right? So don't get it twisted. Don't get it misconfused. And I like money. I do like money as well, as you should. It's business, right? But let's just, for the sake of argument and debate, let's just say this is a bad corporation. Like they just treat their workers like horrible, right? So you are telling them, let my people go. The owner of the company is going to look at you. Probably I'm going to look at you like the same people who are doing the work that allow me to spend time with my family and get the money that I desire to have. And you want me to let them go? Not going to happen, right? So imagine what it was when Moses told Pharaoh, basically the king of the wealthiest country at the time, to let the people who were creating the wealth go. Huh? Nah, bro, they with me. They with me. But if you know the story, then you know that the slaves were eventually free. And we can relate this to American slavery as well, right? The slaves were eventually free. Now, how did this happen? And I want you to think of freedom as your business. Your business is the vehicle to get you that freedom. How did this happen? See, because you have an assignment. When you have an assignment, when you have that desire, and not trying to preach to you or anything like that, whatever you believe in, I'm going to say God, but whatever you believe in, when God gives you that assignment, you already have the ability to achieve it. Your business came to you in the form of an assignment. You had a desire to quit your job, quit your 9 to 5, to come on this business expo to get some knowledge on how you can get unstuck and start living the life you desire by multiplying your income and impact. Your business is that vehicle. Newsflash for you. You have the ability to achieve it. Simple. Simple. Right? So back to this freedom word though, okay? Because like I said, I never got beat to build pyramids or anything like that. So I don't think that's the same freedom that I started my business for. Is that the same business? Is that the same freedom you started your business for? I don't think so. I don't even know anybody that's in that situation. Thank God. Like I just don't. Like that's crazy, right? Even if we go back to American history, it's like the Civil War, the slavery that was once there. That word freedom is not the same freedom that we're fighting today. It's not the same freedom that you start your business for. It's not the same freedom that you're staying up spending hours learning how to do a funnel, learning how to do automation, how do I run ads. What the heck is AI? It's not the same freedom. Let's go back 87 years ago. Maybe that was too far. Maybe the, all 400 and plus, that's just too long. That's too long. We agree that even 87 years ago, Dr. King, I live in America, don't get it confused. By zero, we got some work to do still. We ain't perfect. But would you say that Dr. King was as he magically manifested his words to move the mind of oppression, of systematic segregation, of all of it, would you say that that's the same freedom that we're fighting for? I guess you could say it like that, but even then, right? Like we're able to literally stream globally. Like we're able to go to school with people of all nationalities. We're able to have businesses and buy houses and property. Like even the freedom that they were fighting for 87 years ago is not the same freedom that you started your business. That's interesting to me. So when I was thinking about freedom and how to design my life and design my business around something that can create freedom, I had to stop and define what the word means today in 2023. Write this down. Freedom. The state of awareness that you can be, do, and have anything you desire. I'll say that one more time. Freedom. The state of awareness that you can be, do, and have anything you desire. You want to know how to have a successful business, how to get unstuck? Very first principle, understand that you can have a successful business, that you are the person that can do and have the results that you truly desire in your life. It's a formula. And I'll get more onto that formula towards the end of this. But first, see, a lot of us are stuck because, by the way, slavery and being stuck and all of that, that's a systematic design. And y'all probably like, why is he still talking about slavery? This is business. Business is only a reflection of yourself. Like, there's a million courses out there, y'all. There's a million gurus out there, y'all. Until you are a reflection of what you want your business to look like on the outside, it's never going to happen for you, right? So if you want to get unstuck, let's first talk about why you're stuck, okay? The steps of making a slave, of making somebody stuck, the first thing you do is you strip them of their identity. I'm going to say that again. The first thing you do is you strip them of their identity. You change their name, you give them a new one. You change their environment, give them a new one. What they can read, you change their identity. Why? Now, by the way, I want you to understand, slavery is a business. It is a billion, trillion dollar business. So don't you think that even though it's a bad business, we might want to learn the principles of it so we can reverse engineer it and have the success in our business and we don't fall into the same mistakes and traps? Okay. They do this because if you don't know who you are, remember the first part is for freedom is aware that you can be the person. If you don't know who you are, you don't know whose you are, you don't know what you can do, you don't know what you're entitled to. And yes, I said the word entitled. See, we have it confused. Like, we have it confused. I don't know what they do in the rest of the world, but I started a business so I can leave a legacy for my family's family. A good man leaves a house and treasure for his children's children. All right? That's why I started a business. That's probably why you started a business as well. You wanted to break generational curses. You wanted to build a legacy. Yeah. So you understand that. I don't know how it is in the rest of the world, but in America, when the father dies, when the mother dies, when the parent dies, the kid gets something called an inheritance. This is where the word trust funds baby come from. I want my baby to be a trust fund baby, 100%. They get something called an inheritance, meaning that just because who they are entitled to the treasure. They are entitled to the success, the kingdom, just because of who they are. See, when you take somebody's identity away, they no longer have the expectation to get the inheritance. No, you reprogram them. Yeah. You reprogram them to believe that they can't be, they can't do, and they can't have anything they desire. They have to lay down and accept the scraps of whatever you give them. That's how it works. Systematic approach. And real quick, I was in law school before I jumped into business. So like when it comes to the systematic approaches and the politics and the writing bills, I've talked to mayors, I've written bills. Business is the vehicle, not the politicians. Business is the vehicle for you to achieve what you desire. It is your assignment. Because you make the money, which makes the bills. Literally, figuratively and literally. That's how bills get passed in America. So I just want you to understand that it is your duty.
Okay, multiplier. How are you?
I'm blessed and favored. How are you, brother?
All right, I'm going to jump in with you, and we're going to ask a couple questions, and we're going to do a little bit of a rapid fire section, if you don't mind.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
All right. What is when you mentioned this AI, tell us about the AI.
Yeah, 100%. So it's actually, it depends on the industry, to be honest with you. But we can do copywriting for AI. We can literally take your best salesperson. We can take your best VA and we can clone them. So let's say you in your business, you're the best salesperson or you're the best host, right? Instead of you physically being there all the time, we can actually take you, clone you, make you an AI figure. And now they're doing the selling for you. They're doing the automations for you, like they're having the conversation, whether it's actual on the screen looking at you or through like text messages, they're responding back. Very, very powerful. We collect data using AI now. Literally AI changes so much and there's always something new that like we have a team that just is looking at AI. What can we adapt? What can we include in the software now? And yeah.
Okay. So with this AI situation, which is extraordinary, because we all have been, you go to a website and the little bubble pops up and it's, may I help you? How are you? Whatever. You're saying you can create something like that and create a predictive conversation with surrounding your product.
100%. And to take it a step further, right? It doesn't just have to be on the website anymore, right? So we all know there's 3 C's to basically closing somebody. You have to communicate with them, you have to capture them, you have to get their name, phone number, email address, and you have to convert them. In that communicating and converting stage, right, we have to nurture them as well. So we can do that with text message. We can do that with like video calls and stuff like that. The AI can actually send text messages and respond on your behalf as well, like automated. And you don't have to like pre-program it like you do a chat bot per se. It kind of understands how to respond itself in accordance to the goal. So it's pretty nice. It shrinks the time of nurturing a cold lead to a close very quickly for our clients, especially in like real estate and stuff like that, where you're trying to close deals.
Okay, so with this AI, you're familiar with machine learning. Are you familiar with that?
Honestly, I am not familiar with machine learning. I actually like when I say I have a team that does the AI, that's them. They tell me about it. I say, okay, beautiful. It's a vision. Let's see how we can incorporate it.
So what I'm understanding is that the AI, sort of the chatting situation, is machine learning, that the machine learns what the normal questions are, builds up a reserve of answers, because if you're at the smoothie shop, you're asking for X, Y, and Z smoothies, right? You're not asking for car parts. And so the machine can start to learn and build up a response and grow. So you guys could do that as well. I'm sure that's going to be incorporated.
100%, 100%. Yes.
What have you noticed is the main thing that's wearing out the entrepreneur, in your opinion? What have you noticed?
I think trying to do everything themselves, right? A lot of entrepreneurs feel like they're a one-man army, and that's not business. Like, busyness is not business, right? So really just not doing, like, don't do the funnels, don't do websites, don't even do the calls. If you're not good at calls, if you're not somebody who enjoys that, don't do it. I think that's really what's wearing people out, and trying to follow the trends and not the principles. Like, one person will say, do this type of ad. One person will say, do this type of funnel, but they're just strategies and tactics. If you just follow the principles and use the principles to create the strategies instead of following somebody else's strategies, then that's how you get the results you desire versus
because there's great advice out there, but it's got to fit within what you're doing.
100%.
And if it doesn't apply, don't use it.
100%.
That's right. So with this personal growth, I suppose what you're really saying is you're going to help them with the business, but the personal growth also has to be that you give yourself some downtime, time to refresh, recharge. Talk about that.
Yeah, so the personal growth is really the key. Like, we've had people who came to us and we've got them like 500, 800 leads on a live event, and they wasn't able to close anything. It wasn't because the leads weren't qualified or anything like that. It's just they're not the person yet to do and have the action. So when I talk about personal growth, I'm really talking about becoming that person that can do it. Goals are for becoming, right? We're programmed with limiting beliefs about money, about ourselves, whatever it may be. And that literally reflects in our business. Like, we can't say we want $1 million business, but have a self-conscious belief that money is bad. It's going to affect our sales. Or, I want to close 10 deals, but you subconsciously feel like selling is icky and yucky. So just getting in harmony with the goal that you desire and becoming the person to do that.
You know, I've noticed that sometimes you hear people say, oh, he sounds like a salesman. But in my experience in life, you're either buying or selling, and there is no other. That's it.
That's it. Even at a young age. So, like, I have a 3-year-old son. He sells me every single day. Like, he does we're programmed to sell for some reason because he does it so naturally. It's so good. Like, before I got into this type of business and even law school, I was in I don't even know what you call it. I was one of the guys at Sam's Club when I was like 18, getting people to come over and get the Spectrum DirecTV, like whatever that is. And they taught us the turn and burn, where you're like, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Hey, yeah, just come check it out. And you get them to go to the table. My son does this all the time. He's persistent. He's like, hey, Dad, I want this. And he just assumes the sale. He turns around and goes. very persistent with the follow up, overcomes objectives. So I think naturally we're salesmen. It's just we get programmed to believe that sales are bad, so we try to sway away from it.
This is a funny statement because it's true on a number of levels. There's a lot of people that say if you leave children alone to paint art, they're all Van Goghs when they're 5, but then when we start to train them, they lose the talent that they already had.
I love that. I love that.
Right. So sometimes you have to trust yourself, and you can learn these things that are on the outside, but you still have to develop yourself and be the person you want to be. You can't sit and watch yourself. You have to be within yourself, projecting out.
Yeah, 100%.
Right. So you're sort of ingesting all of these techniques and tactics, and then as you regurgitate them, it has to be in a natural, normal way. It can't be forced. And so if you don't know your business, or you can't speak about your business in a fluid way, you lose the credibility right there. So one of the things is just being relaxed, and you assume the sale, like you said. And so if you're relaxed, assume the sale, and you know your product, you are eliminating objections.
100%.
Right.
100%. And to even go back on like the being part of it, and being able to really be in, like, I'm gonna say energetic harmony with what you want. Like, it's your thoughts, feelings, and actions. That's the new secret formula. E3 equals U squared. Einstein said energy is everything. Everything is energy, right? You have 3 forms of energy that create your being: your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions. The things that we think about, the way that we feel, and the way we act. This is business, so real quick, if you're trying to get a sale, people only do things for one reason, because they feel like doing it. So if you want a sale, create an environment to make your customer feel like buying. It's just that simple. So this is like how life works as well. So your thoughts, feelings, and actions in harmony create that quantum leap, that U square, how we was able to help people go from $0 to $100,000. But it can't happen without that harmony in place, right? So
right. And so now if we turn on the news and we hear that they'll say, well, African Americans are hypertension, high blood pressure, these things. So it also means that you have to, within your whole life, get things under control.
100%. Everything. 100%.
So talk about that. Talk about the diet, mindset.
Yeah. So honestly, I don't really go too much in diet. I tell people take an audit of their life though. So like, look at your assets, look at your liabilities, and in life, like, so the same way we do it in business. Like, okay, what's costing us? Is this house an asset or a liability? Do it in life. So assets, your thoughts, your feelings, and actions are the actions you're doing. If you say you want a 6-pack, is eating this cheeseburger in alignment with that person who wants the 6-pack, right? So really just bring it all full circle, because everything matters. Like we have a brain in our gut. So if we're clogging our body with a whole bunch of nonsense and toxins, we're not going to be able to think and perform to the level which we need to think and perform in a business. So
right. So this is incredible, folks, because this is the information means that sometimes when you walk into a store, there's people that are trying to sell, and they don't have what it takes to put you at ease to spend your money, and you won't. So just like that person that you've gone to the store and you say, well, I don't feel like buying from that person. They rub me the wrong way. We also have to present that lets people know that we're competent, calm, polite, and able to move through objections without being flustered, upset, and showing your frustration emotions. I remember sometimes you want to make a sell, or you need to make a sell. Businesses thrive on that. And the bottom line is you better make your bills when the bills are due. And if you up your tension level for that person that you need to sell to, you can't sell it, even if it's a great product. So we've got to think about this. And we know that the society in general is seemingly, if we watch the news, upset. And I think one of the good ways to win now is to not give people what they're expecting by what they see from the news, that everybody's mad. It's like, don't be that.
100%.
Be the reasonable person that can hear, and it opens people's minds up. And then I think that there's 10 things or 10 ways to get a sale. And I haven't read that in a long time, but there's plenty of brilliant people that have ideas. But if you have these 10 interactions and they're good interactions, you build up that confidence, then it becomes commonplace and normal. And when you get into that position, you can flow.
Yeah. One of the biggest things that I find people struggle with sales is they feel like they need the sale. And it goes back to like if you were attracted to a young lady, right? And if that young lady felt like you were just on her, like, oh, I need you, they're not going to want to mess with you, right? Same way in business. If your client that you're talking to feels like you need them, they don't really want you. So for me, I always tell myself I don't need the sale. And there's been times where I needed the sale, but they'd be like, you know what, I don't need the sale, and would literally just be very nonchalant on the call. Okay, do you want to buy? Do you not want to buy? I got to go in like 5 minutes. Like, and those usually is how you get the sale. Like being very nonchalant, not pressing. Same way if you wanted a girl, like same as that concept.
Well, I like what you said, and the analogy is, folks, that we've got to stay calm and polite and allow people to get a comfort zone with you. No matter what you have, if it's a great product, but if you are rushing that person, crowding them out, they back off naturally, because that's just the natural human. So a lot of business is human interaction. Now, somebody earlier today said business is easy, humans are tough.
Hey, 100%.
So this is, I think, an example, or you're amplifying the message that we can approach people, establish the rapport, and then you can let your information come out. But if that person wants to interject and talk and take you off course, let them do that, and then bring them back slowly to what you're talking about. And then we succeed that way.
And honestly, I love when I'm on a sales call with somebody and they just keep talking, because if you really listen, they're going to give you the ammo you need to close the sale. Like,
absolutely.
So yeah, just let them talk. Let them talk about whatever they want to talk. Bring them back on point, address it, and then when it's time for that close, hey, you mentioned this, and this, and this. What if we can take care of A, B, and C for you?
Something else I learned early in my career is saying the person's name. And that really draws people in when you don't, so if you just need to look at that person's name or remember it a few times while they're talking and use that name, it helps, it establishes, draws them closer, and then they actually sell it for you, as you mentioned.
100%. And that's why I love Zoom. I do most of my sales calls on Zoom now, because you can see their name right there.
Sure. No, this is very important. And I think that we know now that you're buying or selling in business. So we'll get rid of the whole stipulation and stigma of being a salesman, because you have to sell. You have to sell yourself. And your son thinks you're selling yourself to him every day too, right?
100%.
Right. Because it's reciprocal. There's a circle of conversation. There's a circle of interaction. And everybody's doing more or less the same thing. So Brian, the multiplier Miller, ladies and gentlemen, he gave you the information, shared it with you. I came in to sort of help coalesce this in, because we've run out of time. But it's been fabulous to have you. And everyone who's listened to Brian, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope that this day has really helped you with all the guests that we've had. And as we say, Brian, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me, and let's build a legacy. Bye, everybody.
Let's build a legacy. Folks, genius is common. And we are now going to talk about the people who are supporting this project. The Black Business Expo is trying to raise money, and they're doing a good job of it. and we need more, money for scholarships. So the mission is to raise funds for high school seniors that are going to go to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students, and you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that you see at the bottom of the screen and say $BBXUSA and make a donation. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. Now, in closing, we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2023. They are NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, STEP Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Ladies and gentlemen, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, are young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.